Oh, that's late. Okay, that's not live. Because I saw them march in. Is he speaking? Is Trump speaking? Not yet. Yeah, I see we're up. Waiting for a few more folks, and we'll get things started on a winter storm update. The warning going in effect in less than 1 hour. We've got some good ground to cover, so I want to make sure we get a good amount of people in this room so we get all the info we can out to you guys. Snow picking up on radar. Hey, Dawn, Harlan High, gonna get any snow? Absolutely. Hey, Trey, what's happening? Happy Monday and blessings to you and yours. Bill Taylor here, Ken's 5 Digital Center, a little on the early side compared to when I typically do a Facebook Q&A. That's normally about a 9 p.m. Live, but considering the inauguration coverage that we're going with on CBS, we're not going to have a Ken's 5 newscast at 5 p.m. I think the president is only moments away from speaking, so wanted to get on here and just answer your questions, show you the latest forecast data, and give you an idea of what we can expect in the next 24 hours. In less than an hour from now, we're going to go into a winter storm warning in San Antonio, okay, because of what you see to my right, or I guess screen left. This is live radar. Either way you cut it, what we're looking at is, of course, a good little band of snow that's in the upper elevations, San Antonio, just about covering Wilson County and about half of Karnes County. As you work your way down I-37 to Corpus, you see that it's rain. So this is the winter mosaic, we call it, where we can differentiate the precipitation type by color. So whenever you see what look like clouds on this radar, that's snow. Wherever you see the purple, that's going to be the sleet or freezing rain. And then where you see the green, that's going to be the liquid, which is full-on rain. Okay, now again, a closer view, and you'll see that we definitely have some good snow showers, but this is not reaching the surface just yet. Some of these flakes might get through, but what's really become a very high hurdle for this precipitation to get through and survive to the surface is the dry air. So we're picking it up on radar, and it's on its descent, and then it hits this 10-degree dew point you see. 5 in Bernie, 2 in Kerrville, 11 Gonzales, even 20s at Pleasanton and Floresville make it difficult for this snow to reach the surface. So what it does, we pick it up on radar because of the tilt of the radar dish, and on its descent, it hits that layer and evaporates, and it never reaches the surface. So while we can see it on radar, we don't see it here. Yes, Sarah, definitely. Yo, what's going on, Pete? Cold in Corpus. Cold in Corpus, I bet. Forecast models change overnight. No, Stacy. Well, will they? I can't say they won't, but they've been online or in line with the same forecast for now a few days. And when we see that, when there's not much change from day to day, especially when we got into the high resolution data by Friday, Saturday, then our confidence was really high. Yeah, always, right, Pete? That's I was telling that story today. Bro. That's awesome. A little light drizzle, JR, on the southwest side. Thank you so much. Okay. That's a great reminder. Please let me know what conditions are where you are. You're the eyes and the ears of South Texas right now. You can give us those reports. I know, no kidding. Good reminder. Pete, my wife and I are in HEB on Saturday. You'd have thought it was the day before Thanksgiving or the morning of. I mean, it was packed. It took you 10 minutes to get down any aisle in HEB Saturday. Hey, Miranda, good to see you. What's up, Trey? 10 burpees instead. Yeah, I agree. It's much better for you. All right, watch what the dew points do tonight. This is the forecast dew points. This is key because if these dew points get up and we start to see this atmosphere saturate a bit, or it's not going to saturate a bit, it's not going to get that moist, but if it moistens up, which a 22-degree dew point will be a significant increase, then we're going to start seeing this stuff reach the surface, okay? Eglantina, what a beautiful name. Hello from SeaWorld. Good to see you. Hey, Lauren. Hey, Patsy. What's up, Michelle? Drizzling Southside High School all the way 1604 and 37. Thank you, Sylvia. Yeah, so nothing changing because the temperatures are just a little too warm for that to be a sleet or a snowflake. So just a light drizzle falling there. But let me show you future radar, okay, and what the model is saying. This is, of course, the latest model data where we get into the 8 o'clock hour and some of this snow is coming down and maybe reaching the surface. You see it as sleet south side of Bexar County, Atascosa County, again, 8 p.m. Then as we get into the overnight, look at how it expands. I mean, this area coverage of snow as temperatures all drop below freezing, remember, this is all coming from the south, really expands. In fact, what's interesting, the cutoff this time is Kerrville, Fredericksburg. You know, almost every winter storm threat, like the last one we had, we will send a crew to Kerrville because of the I-10 situation. If you get ice on I-10 and they've got to close I-10, that is a tremendous hit to the trailers that are moving goods across the country. Because I-10, of course, is much used, and if they shut it down at Kerrville, the line is very long of 18-wheelers that are waiting for that to reopen. So we're always up there to make sure on Kerrville impact, but there's going to be a greater impact from San Antonio east to the I-10 corridor, really. In fact, I mean, Houston snow totals in some of these forecasts are going as high as 4 to 5 inches of snow in the next 24 hours in Houston. And from what I understand, Houston has already closed both airports in anticipation of what they're expecting there. Luling, what's up, Jason? Nothing out there yet? Yeah, go out to Luling. Buc-ee's should get snow. We should see snow at Buc-ee's. 32 right now in Kerrville. So, Chan, if you get some moisture up there, we're definitely looking at the chance of some snow. So, yeah, look at that. I mean, it is significant on the coverage overnight. But look what happens by 8, 9 a.m., we've got most of this stuff moving out. So while we're here, this is what I love about our Facebook Live time. We've got all the time in the world. So we can go in and compare, contrast model data to model data, put these models up against each other and see if there's a consensus or if one is saying something completely opposite. So what we were just looking at is the IBM model, okay? With snow at about 8, well, even as early as 6. I don't think it'll be that early because, again, it's a dew point situation. So this could be what radar looks like. It just won't be reaching the surface until probably 10 or 11 p.m. We get into the overnight, and it's so widespread. We get into Tuesday morning, and it's gone by 9 a.m., maybe as early as 8, all right? That is the IBM. Let's go now to the North American model, 3-kilometer resolution, which is high res, and this is the NAM, okay? The NAM's got it covering us right now, which really isn't the case. So this model is not what we call initializing well. And so your confidence drops as you move forward because of the fact that you just have, again, a little bit more of a real-time situation, not aligning with what this model thinks should be, seen right now. All right? So moving forward, let's see what it says by 10 p.m. And some pretty good snow. Look at that, through the overnight, out by 8. So that's a pretty good consensus on what's going to happen late tonight and overnight when we have dew points high enough to get some of this stuff down to the surface. All right, hold on one second. I'll have to tell. Got to let my daughter know. I heard Jim Cantori's in Houston, so that typically means get out of H-Town, right? Get out of H-Town. When Jim Cantori shows up, that's usually a red flag. Then, yeah, they're looking at, I'm telling you, model predictions as high as 5 to even 6 inches of snow in southeast Texas, which that would be amazing. All right, so that's the NAM, which aligns with the IBM. Let's go to the HER model. This is another good model that we rely upon, and let's see what it's saying. Also initializing a little bit better than the NAM was, because this is a little closer to reality in the current hour. A lot more sleet tonight, according to the HER, and less snow. In fact, as we get to the overnight tomorrow morning, it changes over to snow. Okay, that's interesting. So we'll say the HER is kind of an outlier with what it's showing us, with more sleet than snow. And I'll tell you, that's really an outlier, because other model predictions are forecasting upwards of 1 inch of snow for us in San Antonio. I'll show you that in a moment. And maybe 1/100th of an inch of ice, very light glaze, if anything. And remember, it's going to be bridges and overpasses because they're surrounded by air. So without being on the surface and having the advantage of surface heat, the air around a bridge, around an overpass, around a flyover will be colder. Air is always colder than ground, and so because of that, you'll have more ice possible on those bridges, overpasses, and flyovers. Now, the good news is this. I don't know if you've been on the roads today. They're really brined well, if that's even a term, but there's brine on those roads, and that's the substance or chemical that they put on the surface in order to make sure that it melts and that ice does not form, okay? And it's best for a freezing rain scenario to have this brine out ahead of it, because remember, freezing rain's the worst form of precipitation, where it comes down liquid the whole way and freezes on contact because the surface has been frozen the whole way. The power lines, the cars, everything gets an icy glaze on it. All right, so as I said, our HER is kind of an outlier that we're really not going to depend upon. Now, that was the HER CONUS. No, this is the continental U.S., pretty much the same, a lot less moisture. So I danced with the one that brought us, and I'll tell you, the IBM has been doing a great job in initializing. And look, that's almost spot on with what's happening right now. It's not reaching the surface, but we have some snow in the upper elevations. Some of it coming down as drizzle, because what's happening, it's snow up top. As it descends and hits these warmer temperatures, it melts. But again, it also hits that dry air layer. So we're going to stick with the IBM on this forecast because of its consistency. Hopefully we get chances of snow in February, right, George? I mean, seriously, if we're getting this opportunity this early, what's going to happen? We've still got a lot of winter left, right? A lot of winter left. Considering the amount of precipitation, considering the temperatures as well, I want to make sure you're aware that, again, starting at 6 p.m. is the winter storm warning. It's a 24-hour warning for San Antonio, Seguin, New Braunfels, and then smaller communities to our south like Pleasanton, Floresville, Karnes City, Kennedy. So up the I-35 corridor to Austin, east on I-10 corridor to Houston, south on I-37 to the coast. Winter storm warning because of the precipitation. What's up, Mike? Oh, here goes. It's happening, but it's not reaching the ground. Exactly, exactly. So remember that any of these apps has 0 human element. That's the difference between a local forecast with a meteorologist and a weather app, is that the weather app is tied directly into the model data. It takes the model data and publishes it without any human interaction, I'll say, where we don't do that. We look at the models. We show you the models, as I just did, and then we make our best guess based upon that data. And so there's a human element, there's experience, okay? And those are key factors. That's why I always say, every time you open a weather app, another meteorologist dies. Hey, Bill, how's it going to be for us tomorrow? Firehouse. Hey, 37, what up, Jonathan? Good to see you out of 37. Thank you for serving our city. God love you, God bless you, and the fellow firefighters. I think you're going to be fine. I'm really looking at, now that we're getting into this, I want to show you the accumulation forecast for both ice and snow. Let's start with ice, because this is the worst case scenario. Oh, thanks, Pete. You're welcome, Megan. Good to see you. Ellis said last shift today, have the next 2 days off. Nice. See, I'm really glad that a lot of the school districts went ahead and closed for Tuesday. because now better safe than sorry with especially getting kids to school. I know it, and then you don't want to make that call so early that you put parents up against the wall with trying to find a daycare or childcare, because they've got to still go to work, right? Adults, we still got to go to work. And, in the sense that you now have 24 hours to prepare for your children and make sure they're taken care of. So I think that was a wise move. Typically, a lot of the school districts like to drive on the morning of and see what kind of scenario they're facing and then make a choice. But the decision was made early this go around. So here's the ice accumulation forecast: 1/100th of an inch. San Antonio, Seguin, New Braunfels, 200ths at Hondo. That's interesting, right? That we'd get a little more out Highway 90 west than we would east. But, again, these are algorithms. They can do a lot of wonky things. But notice how the coast, it really increases. And this, I really align with this forecast. I really think the way this is coming together, remember, this moisture source is an area of low pressure in the Gulf. So it's all coming in from the south. The closer you are to that source, the higher moisture bed you're going to work with. So from the Texas coast, like Port Lavaca, Corpus Christi, and east to Houston is going to have the best amount of moisture to work with. And remember, the scenario is this: the Arctic air has come in, and it's a cold, dense, heavy air mass at the surface. So this moisture is going to it's warmer, so it's going to want to go over the top of the cold, and we call that overrunning. And so when that overrunning setup occurs, that's the cause of this lighter precipitation. So it comes up and over the top, and wherever you're going to get more of that moisture, obviously you're going to get higher totals. And that's why you're seeing those numbers go up as you move southeast and east. Not going to work. Already talked to my boss this morning. That's right. See? Megan's in. Nice. Sarah's a teacher. So glad they canceled. Yeah, me too. Living in Elmendorf and concerned about getting to the across bridges. If you've got it, yeah, a lot of bridges, right? Now there's even more flyovers than ever before. They're starting to open. We got the big one open at 1604 near I-10, and right at UTSA, right at the main campus, is where you can go. You get on a big ramp now for 10 west, even though it's technically north. And it takes you over you bypass the rim and you come out at Camp Bullis now. So that's all flyover. So that's where we're going to be most susceptible to seeing some icing or at least a light glaze. Nathan, do you think it will be wet snow? No, I was just talking about that, and take it from a Jersey kid. You want wet snow. It's a lot more fun. You can make better snowballs, better snow people, I'll say, right? So this is going to be a dry snow, and a lot of that has to do with that dew point. So what does reach the surface is going to have trouble sticking, number one, but number two, it's going to be dry. It's going to be a drier snowfall. Now, speaking of the snow, let's show you the snow forecast. Now, this is much different than the ice. Look at this. 1.01 San Antonio, 179 Seguin, 236 Gonzales, almost 3 inches of snow in LaGrange. This is incredible, right? 2.25 San Marcos, 2 inches in Austin. And as you work your way west, it just falls off a cliff. 1/2 inch Hondo, 0.05 of an inch Rock Springs, right? Kerrville, maybe close to an inch. And again, it really won't make much of a difference between us and Kerrville this go around because the temperatures won't be that much different. Typically, it's an 8 to 10 degree fall off at the minimum, right? But not the case this go around. With this cloud deck and the amount of moisture, we're not expecting a big fluctuation in numbers, and we're not expecting a big difference in the higher altitudes up to our hill country. School closing called at noon. Comal rarely cancels before the weather, right, Tara? Same at Northside. Rarely. It's typically morning of. They like to drive at like 4 in the morning and make the call. Pete, I bet the taco houses in Texas, right? Caldo, right? Maybe a caldo and fideo morning. That'd be awesome. Some cocoa. John, you guys could get some significant icing down there in Victoria. So please be safe. Hopefully everything's closed tomorrow morning for Victoria. Oh, Laura's already got it ready. You got all the goods? I know. I was like, oh, man, because when I was home for lunch today, before coming in, my girls all anticipate, because I've got a teacher, and my youngest is a college student, so everybody's staying home tomorrow, and they were already making all their plans. And they're like, all right, we'll do French toast in the morning. My wife was like, I'll get a pot roast today. We'll cook a nice slow cooked pot roast. I'm like, you're killing me. And they're like, Dad, why don't you just, stay home with us? I'm like, I wish I could. I wish I could. It sounds too much fun. So is the snow actually going to be something to see? It will, Andrew. I think you'll start seeing some flakes get through that drier air by maybe as early as 8, 9 o'clock tonight. And then it certainly goes up from there, as long as these dew points go up, okay? Now let me just say this, okay? These are some of the toughest forecasts we do. And I remember a year, and a lot of you do if you've been here a while, where we had the perfect scenario for a good inch or two of snow, very similar to what we're looking at here. And it was expected late night on a weeknight that we would start seeing the precipitation come. It was a very similar setup to what we're looking at right here, okay? And at the last minute, what not one model picked up on was at about 5,000 or 6,000 feet, there was a wedge of warm air that came in at about 8 p.m., 9 p.m. And when that happened, the precipitation melted on its descent. And so it went from snow to liquid, and it came down as freezing rain. And it was about 9 o'clock, 9:30 on a weeknight, and all of a sudden, we had been at freezing and below for about 2 days. And so there was a glaze of ice over the whole city. And the flyovers, you had abandoned vehicles up there because no emergency vehicle could get up there. Cars the wheels were just spinning on the ice. I mean, there was nowhere to go. People had to abandon their cars. I mean, it was terrible. Because like I said, 9 to 10 p.m. on a weeknight, there were still a lot of people out, a lot of people getting off work or going to work for overnight shifts. And so it was such a mess. It was terrible. But as I mentioned, it was because at the very last second, that warm air wedge came right in, and that changed everything. So that's why I always equate it to a basketball game. Spurs playing the Memphis Grizzlies, and on paper, here's what should happen. They've got these players, we've got our players, and here's the matchup, and here's what we think can happen, right? But then you got to play the game. Then you start the game 0-0, and you let this 4 quarters play out, and you see whether or not, this happens, that happens, one team hits shots, the other team misses, whatever, right? Same type thing. Like we've got a good handle as to what we're thinking happens, but then you've got to let this scenario play out. And since it's a very fluid situation, literally, because it's the atmosphere filled with fluids and gases, we've got to let this play out. We've never known more in forecasting, but there's still that open variable of, what could happen, okay? Remember one time the snow went around us. Yeah, Mike, if it's the time, it was Christmas Eve, and the snow went down to Corpus, and we didn't get any. And Corpus Christi had snow, and San Antonio did not. It was crazy. I remember that. Yeah, 85. Oh, yeah, absolutely, Pete. Absolutely. It was 2006, Minta? Okay, yeah, I think you're right. I really do. Emmy, what's the difference between the setup with the snow event in 17? You're going to have to remind me about 17 snow, because I don't recall. It was 06 too. Thank you, Corey. You do remember. This is like playing blackjack poker. Right, Brian? Here's the card I think I should get, right? I'm seeing a lot of face cards. I should go ahead and hit. And then a 10 shows up. Yeah. Bridges and overpasses. Wednesday morning. Sarah, great question. I think we'll be okay, because if you're looking at this 14-day forecast, Wednesday morning is the coldest air of this cold snap, okay? And a lot of it has to do with the clearing skies. We should be mostly clear to partly cloudy overnight Tuesday into Wednesday morning, and that's going to help drop temperatures. Winds will calm down as well. The air's still going to be relatively dry, so it's a really good setup for a colder numbers. And yeah, we might only be hitting 20. Over the weekend, I know we were thinking 18. So we came up a couple of degrees, thankfully. I hope it goes up even more, But right now, the coldest morning is going to be Wednesday, but all the moisture's out. So no concern. And we should get good sun on Tuesday afternoon. Temperatures will be above freezing. So if there is whatever precipitation we get, which is not going to be very, very much, will melt by Wednesday morning. So when the coldest air is here, there's no moisture to worry about. And look at the recovery. I mean, Saturday 66, Sunday almost 70. So, and talk about working it out perfectly. Let's save that warm up for the weekend. What? That's perfect. Love it. Hey, Sarah, what about the bridges and overpass? Oh, sorry. Wouldn't it be crazy if the sun starts coming out of nowhere right now? Yeah, that would be crazy, George. I don't think that's going to happen. Hey, Michelle, December 7th, a day that will live in infamy. It started snowing on a Thursday. Okay, absolutely. I just don't recall the setup meteorologically speaking, so can't remember that one. But I do remember that December 7th snow of it coming down. We'll be able to make a small snowman in New Braunfels tomorrow. Probably not, Ryan. Maybe a very, very small one, you know. Like I said, a lot of this is going to be more of a dry snow, so I don't think we're going to be able to do much with that. Yes, Barbara, absolutely. Petranco 1604, all the way out west to Hondo, maybe even Uvalde. It really tapers off at Hondo. But we're all in about the same chance of seeing maybe half an inch to up to an inch of snow in the next 24 hours. Mainly the next 12, to be honest with you. Will I-10 up to Bernie be closed? I don't think so, Mandy. You know, what's nice is that the major thoroughfares get so much traffic. It takes so much more cold air to freeze those road surfaces. So that's why I always encourage you in these situations, stay on the major thoroughfares. Stay on the surface. You know, try to avoid the flyovers if you can. But try to go on I-10, 1604, 410, all those roads that get a tremendous amount of car traffic, get a tremendous amount of heat. And so it takes so much more for ice to accumulate there than as opposed to side roads. Andrew, what time are we looking at for the snowfall tomorrow morning in the Jourdanton area? So let's go back to our model. Jourdanton down in Atascosa County, and we're looking pretty much overnight. You know, we're going to have to get the dew point up and, of course, the temperature down. And so, you know, as soon as we go to freezing, which is expected by 10 or 11 p.m. in San Antonio, and we're just hovering above it now. We're at about 34. You can see snow at Jourdanton. It looks like it's going to be sleet until, let's see, going with 2, 3 in the morning. It could start for you and then continue right on through about 6. So you get about the 3 to 4 hours, I would say, between about 2 and 6 a.m. on some snow for Jourdanton. Tony, what's the difference between dry and wet snow? Just what the atmosphere is doing. So if you've got a good dry air mass like we're in right now, the snow's going to come down, you know, just very more flaky, if you will. That driving snow if you watch the football game that Philadelphia had during that game in the second half, that driving, you know, it's almost whiteout conditions. I mean, visibility really drops. That was a good wet snow. And remember, the Northeast is very humid. Philadelphia, New York, I mean, right there by the Atlantic, Boston, and so you get a very humid cold, and so you get a lot more wet snow up there. I know, right, Andrew? It would be cool. I would expect to have them up early, set the alarm early, okay, so they can get out there and see it. Yeah, it's gonna be. It's so cool. It's so fun with the kids. We used to go because I grew up in New Jersey, so we used to take the sleds and go out to the golf course because those were the real fun sled runs because they were nice big slopes, and we used to go. Oh man, it was so fun. All right, guys, back to the 14-day forecast, and this is where I'm going to sign off for the time being. Going to come back for sure later tonight, probably about 9 o'clock, and just give you an update on what the models are saying, and we might be seeing some flakes reaching the surface, all depending on those dew points by then. In the meantime, God bless you. Stay tuned to Ken's 5 on all platforms. We'll keep you updated. I believe we will be doing Ken's 5 News at 6 at this point. Any updates there, Greg?
President Trump is still talking. So
President Trump speaking now? Okay.
Yeah, I think whenever he's done speaking, if he's done speaking by 6, then we'll be on.
Okay. All right. So remember, too, full inauguration coverage on Ken's 5 Plus. And, of course, Ken's 5 News at 6 is scheduled. God bless you. Stay safe. And we'll see you later. We're checking a mic on a Monday. Checking a mic on a Monday. It's a Monday, mic check, Monday, mic check, 1 2 1 2. Mic check, mic check, mic check. Oh wait, it's gonna be a minute. I'm gonna take down the loop and go over to mine now.
Well, it's, hold on.
Okay.
It's live, so let me swap something real fast.
And then yeah, maybe we could just shoot what you were talking about. If we can shoot it in here, or shoot it in here. Or no, we can't. That's right. But we can shoot it in studio after the 10. That'd be fine. Howdy, howdy. Now someone's speaking. How you guys doing? Bill Taylor here. Waiting for a few more folks to join in, and we can get things started on this Monday night, this MLK Monday night.
It's gonna be one of those deals where it'll gain when they see the direction of the candle, since this is an existing stream.
All right. Bill Taylor here, Ken's 5 Digital Center. We're back here live, taking a look at what winter storm impacts there will be across the San Antonio area. Already starting to get some reports in. National Weather Service confirming some light sleet near Stinson Airport, mixed in with some of the light rain. We're also getting some reports of a little bit more sleet and snow flurry activity up I-35 north of Canyon Lake in a town called Fisher. A few ice pellets, almost like a grapple, which is kind of a hybrid between the sleet and snow. That's what's falling near Fisher, a little bit of that. Accumulations are not occurring, but we are getting some freezing rain, and that's the worst case scenario. Remember, freezing rain is liquid the whole way down, and then it freezes on contact. Now, I'll say this, the temperatures just went below freezing, and actually a lot of spots to 32 exactly at 8 p.m. I've been watching hourly observations and just key numbers, and those being temperature and dew point temperature. And right now we're sitting right at 32 on an air temperature. Dew point, last check was at about 14. So I want to make sure on that. Let's take a look at the current conditions, because those are the most important numbers in this scenario. We're waiting for this atmosphere to build up enough moisture in order for this to actually reach the surface. What we've been seeing on radar, what I just showed you on radar, the majority of that's still elevated. It's not reaching the surface because it's hitting now a 16-degree dew point. So at 4 p.m. that was 10. 6 to 7 p.m. it climbed to about 14. Now we're up to 16, and we were expecting about 20 to 22 at 10 p.m. And with that being the case, that's why we were thinking a lot of this would be hitting the surface at about 11 p.m. So the airport reporting sleet right now. You can see a wintry mix with 31 feeling like 21. So San Antonio International officially reporting a little bit of light sleet out there. Well, let's take a look back at radar and show you the winter mosaic. All these colors indicating first white and blue is snow, purple and pink is going to be the sleet and freezing rain, green will be liquid. We don't get to liquid until you go south to, say, Tilden, Three Rivers, Beeville, as this, deep layer of cold air begins to move a little farther south. I mean, the colder temperatures are obviously a little farther to the north. That's why some of what you see in the Austin area, this has been snow and snow flurries, mainly around the state capitol. But for San Antonio, what we're getting is some of that light sleet reported near Olmos. I've got one near Harry Wurzbach and North New Braunfels in Alamo Heights. A little bit of light sleet mixed in with the light rain. So it's kind of mixing in right now. We're kind of in a transition, if you will, as these dew points climb a little bit, and some of this liquid is and precipitation as a whole really is starting to reach the surface. Again, we're seeing a pretty broad area of precipitation too, by the way. You can see this is really the farthest west this system is going to be producing precipitation. More and more as you move east. Okay, and you can see this big band of snow coming together north of Houston, but they're also running the same high hurdle of getting those dew points high enough for this stuff to finally reach the surface. Because again, we're picking it up on radar and you're seeing it, but then on its descent, we're seeing some of this stuff evaporate before it reaches the surface. All right, I'm going to jump over here. We've got a little bit of sleet being reported in Guadalupe County, in Geronimo, Texas, and then also a little bit of sleet in Converse. So see, a lot of what I'm seeing is east of the 281 corridor. So from 281 north to Stone Oak and west to, say, Helotes and up to Fair Oaks, nada. I mean, not even a mist falling. It's been dry most of the evening. But the precipitation is starting to reach the ground, East Bexar County. As that moisture builds, the dew point goes up, And we're starting to see, again, some of that reach the surface from, say, 281 corridor east, okay? That's why this was drawn the way it was. Let me show you the winter storm warning. And if I zoom out, look at that. All the way through half of Louisiana, a good third of Alabama, half of Georgia. I mean, this is going to be a sizable Gulf Coast snowstorm. And like I said, San Antonio sits on that western cusp of getting the impact here. And that's why I think our impact remains minimal, okay? So in fact, let's go there and start with our accumulation forecast and see how much of this has changed. Remember, these are model runs. And so as new data comes in, the model can generate a new forecast. And so what has changed? Okay, a little bit has changed to our south, up to 0.03 of an inch of ice, Pearsall, Pleasanton, Floresville. That's brand new. Earlier, that was 1/100th of an inch, very similar to what you see in San Antonio. And notice it just goes to 0 as you go north. So the hill country, as usually isn't the case, right? Anytime we have a chance of wintry precip in South Texas, we're always concerned with the hill country, not this go around. The hill country is too far out of the precipitation zone, if you will, okay? So we've got, look, a lot more expected now at the coast. Port Lavaca close to 1/10. You see Bay City right at 1/10. And those numbers climb as you move farther up the Texas coast and towards Houston. Carrizo Springs been reporting a lot of drizzle so far, but nothing sleet-wise or freezing rain-wise. A little bit of freezing rain mixed in. All right, the snow forecast is still optimistic in San Antonio of going, okay, well, I sit corrected because I'm not standing right now. I would say I stand corrected, but I'm not standing. So I sit corrected. Sorry. It's down to 1/2 inch. This number all afternoon was over 1 inch. So the models are backing off a tremendous amount by 1/2 inch of the amount of snow that's going to fall into San Antonio. In fact, all these numbers are down in the area. New Braunfels, San Marcos, all down by at least 1/2 inch. Those numbers were 2+ if you were with me earlier. And you can also see Austin only 1.25 inches. Under 1/2 inch, Pleasanton, Floresville, and it still climbs as you move farther east, Columbus, Hallettsville, LaGrange. But again, it's the immediate area, San Antonio and the metro, that we've seen this model really back off on its prediction. So with that said, I want to see now what it's, well, let's first see, let's check current dew points. Again, dew point temperature is so crucial here. The lower this number, the harder it is for this precipitation to reach us on the surface. Still single digits out in the hill country. Another big reason why hill country not in the warning, not in any kind of real impact threat. 12 at Bernie, 16 San Antonio, 18 Seguin, 22 Gonzales, 26 Floresville, Pleasanton. So these numbers are climbing. And it's going to be where there's more moisture availability as this moisture pushes up from the south. So that's why, as you see those mid-20s to our south, that's what's going to start surging in our direction, and we start seeing our dew point go to 20+ as we get to 10, 11, and midnight tonight. All right, so in fact, let's see what if this model forecast has changed on dew point temperature tonight at 10, still lower 20s and holding right on through, and then it drops again tomorrow. Okay, so it looks as though 22 to 23 will be the highest we get. And that's, you know, with the temperature hovering around 30, and as we go down to about 26 overnight, that gap now narrows. So you have to understand the dew point. What the dew point is, let me just explain this, the temperature at which we reach saturation. Okay, so think of a sponge, and if you've got it completely filled with water, and all you do is touch it and water comes out, that would be saturated, right? So for the atmosphere to be saturated, the air temperature has to cool to the dew point. So right now, if the dew point's at 16, our air temperature 31, that's a pretty good gap, right? But overnight, the air temperature is going to go down and the dew point's going to go up. And we're expecting about 26 degrees for a low, maybe 27 in the city. And the dew point, as I just showed you, maybe about 22 or 23 overnight. Okay, now we're nearly matching. If the numbers match, that's 100% relative humidity. The atmosphere is saturated. But if they're close, that's like 90% humidity. We're definitely going to be seeing precipitation at that point reach the surface. Okay? And whenever you have a match, that's on a typical morning when you create fog and a misty drizzle. Okay? But in this scenario, that's when we're going to continue to see more and more sleet and snow develop and fall onto the surface. So let's take a look at the radar overnight. This is initializing really well because, again, this is pretty close to a current radar picture and a little off on temperature, but that's okay, only by like a degree or two, not important. Precipitation is what we really want to focus on this model run. So here's 3 a.m. and look how much more there is east than in San Antonio. Still a good amount expected over San Antonio. So don't, again, this still looks like mostly an overnight event. And now as we get the sun up on Tuesday morning, notice that the moisture is out. This is 7 a.m. and the moisture is east and southeast of us. And I really like this model has been really running well with this situation, performing well is the best way to put it. Look, by 7 a.m., look at that. The moisture is on the coast. It's gone. And temperatures are just below 30. And look, sky's clear. This is going to mean sunshine by mid-morning. Before noon, we should have sunny skies. So anything that does freeze, as we get above freezing, would melt pretty quickly. Winds are going to also help dry things out. Whatever might be wet is definitely going to dry with a good strong north wind, which we do expect even tomorrow morning. I'm expecting gusts between 15 and 20 on that. Absolutely, Tara. I hope so. I appreciate that. You're welcome. Polly Payton, please bring lots of snow. I wish I could. It is fun. I mean, snow can be fun. Here's the thing. Because the atmosphere is so dry, a lot of this snow will be a dry snow. And take it from a kid who grew up in New Jersey. A wet snow is a lot more fun, as far as snowballs, making snow people, because, I don't want to say you just make snowmen. We can make snow women too. Why not? But here's the deal. It's going to be a dry snow. That's not conducive to a really fun, snowball fight and snow people arrangement. All right, here's where I think lows go Tuesday morning. Coldest will be Bandera, Bernie, but not by much. With this cloud cover and this precipitation, temperatures won't go 8 to 10 degrees off city to hill country like they normally do. That's going to probably happen Wednesday morning when we get the coldest air. Precipitation out, thank God. The coldest air is going to be teens in the hill country, about 19 or 20 in the city on a low Wednesday morning. So prepare for hard freezes almost the rest of this week. It'll be more of a light freeze Thursday, Friday, but freezing temp, hopefully you've wrapped your pipes, put a slow drip on them, on the exterior pipes for sure, and the faucets. But for the most part, keep those preps in place all week, okay? Excuse me. We should start seeing that 8 to 10 degree spread later in the week between the city and the hill country, but it won't happen tonight. 22 to 23 in the hills, 25 Helotes, 24 Timberwood Park in New Braunfels, 26 Seguin, 26 in the city. You get the idea. And this is, by the way, this is my personal forecast on these. We've seen the models, I showed you a moment ago, 27, 28. Let me show you another one just to see what, again, the models are thinking. Here's 7 a.m., 29. So I always go, I'm going lowest case scenario, if you will, with 26. Okay, but you can see here, again, a lot of parity with where these lows finish. There's not going to be an enormous spread of temperature. We'll all hit about the same low Tuesday morning. But again, once the moisture's out, sky's clear, here we go. Now you're going to get those fluctuations come Wednesday morning. Let me show you this while we're talking temperatures. Tomorrow morning, I showed you mid to upper 20s, okay? Generally speaking. That's the air temperature on a thermometer. When you step outside, look at what this is going to look, this is what it's going to feel like. So the feels like temperature. In fact, I was on the radio with former sports director of Ken's 5 and good buddy of mine, Joe Reinagel. And he was like, why don't we just do the wind chill? What's the difference if the temperature is 31? If it feels like 28, why not just report 28? He's got a valid point because, right, we're the human being. This is what it feels like. Why not just stick with that? Well, here's the problem with that. The wind chill is a calculated number. It's not a measurement. The temperature is an actual empirical measurement with the instrument. And that thermometer says 31 right now, right? So we can say it's 31 degrees. If we factor in a wind of 18 miles per hour, it's going to feel like 20 or 21, right? And so it's a calculated number. We always have to have an instrument measurement in order for it to really be science. You know what I'm saying? And so that's why the thermometer is important, air temperature is important, and we can calculate what the body would estimate it to be based on wind speed for cold air and humidity for warm air. Okay, so when we talk about the heat index in the summer, we're looking more at humidity than we are winds. Okay, and in this scenario, we're looking at winds and what that's going to feel like. So in the morning, this is 8 a.m. because I know kids are staying home. However, a lot of us are still going to work, right? It's going to feel like 15 when you step out the door tomorrow morning. It's going to feel like single digits in Kerrville, Rock Springs, and then by the afternoon, we're hitting the daytime high. It's going to still feel like freezing. And we're not going to be much higher than this, by the way, with our afternoon high. In fact, temperatures tomorrow afternoon, let's see what the model's predicting of how warm we get. Here's 5, 6 o'clock. We should get to 40, okay? I think we kept it in the 30s as far as the forecast, and we'll look at the 14-day in a moment. First, if you're just kind of tuning in, number one issue I got to bring to you is the winter storm warning. This is in effect until tomorrow at 6 p.m. It's San Antonio, New Braunfels, Seguin, and then right up the I-35 corridor to Austin, east to Houston, Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, Georgia. I mean, it's the whole Gulf Coast under a winter storm warning. This is a major, major storm. In fact, I want to maybe show that. I can't do that yet, but show that to you right now. But I'm going to save this image right here and show that at 10 p.m. too. Yeah, if you're usually with me on 9 o'clock, I usually take you for the journey of getting my 10 o'clock show prepared as we discuss these things, because great ideas kind of hit, and a lot of them come from you guys. It's sleeting here in Goliad and South Cross. Okay, Tony's getting some sleet at Goliad and South Cross. If you can get any pictures, Tony, if you can safely record a little video, we'd love for you to do that and send it to our KENS 5 app. Wind chill is the same as the heat index in a way. They're both what your body thinks the temperature is based on a condition along with temperature. Winds for wind chill, obviously, and then humidity for heat index. Maria, keeping my fingers crossed for some snow at St. Mary's University. Absolutely, Maria. I think you got just as good a chance as any of us, and it's going to be overnight into tomorrow morning. I don't know that a whole lot will stick, because it just went to freezing at about 8 p.m., 8:30. And so maybe some of it's just going to depend on how much can reach the surface. Can we get some of that wind chill in July? Knock a little bit off that edge, right, of that heat. I hear you, David. That'd be nice. Raining ice in northeast San Antonio. So whereabouts in northeast San Antonio? Like Converse area out towards Live Oak? I've been getting a little bit of sleet reports there. Snow flurries in Hondo. Hi, Sandy. I think we could get some of those. All right, looking at the last, okay, that's Travis. Okay, in Wilson County, a little bit of sleet in Lavernia. I'm getting sleet reports in Lavernia showing up. There's a little bit of snow showing up in Austin. Austin's been getting most of the snow flurries, Leander, and then once you move south of there, it's been more sleet. Converse had some sleet reports. That's what I was saying for, is it Chovis? Sandy is waiting in Hondo. I think we could get some in Hondo. Let's get back to the radar. Again, a bit of a winter mosaic out there. Randolph Road and, is it Weidner? Randolph and Weidner. Is it going to snow in San Antonio? Hey, Tamina, I think it will. I think we're going to get some flurries overnight. What has to happen? We've got to get the whole column cold enough, okay? Because what happens, let me just show it to you, okay? Take you to school on this meteorology thing. Notice how the moisture is really isolated from San Antonio into western Bexar County. Notice that on the radar? I just want to point that out on this live radar. And this winter mosaic shows you, again, colors for which form of precipitation. The white and blue is going to be the snow, the purple and pink, the freezing rain and sleet, and of course the green is going to be the rain. So I have a graphic here to give you an idea. It's just a neat way to show you how important, here we go, temperature makes this, okay? When the precipitation's falling and that whole column is frozen, we're going to stay snow. It'll be sleet when it's falling as snow, hits a warm air layer and melts, but then hits freezing temperatures above the surface and refreezes. Okay, so there's a refreezing going on to form sleet and even graupel. And then you can see once the air is above freezing, and you see that wedge of warm air making up most of the column. So we're counting over the third. This is the freezing rain scenario where it's liquid the whole way down. And then it doesn't have to, it hits the air layer that's frozen, but it's too late. It's too close to the surface and it freezes on contact. And then of course, last case scenario, liquid the whole way down as temperatures are above freezing. We've been in that second and third column. We're kind of in a hybrid situation right now as the air column is beginning to get colder as we get into the overnight. It's a very slow process because, again, the temperatures are very slow to cool. We're right now at 31. We're expecting a low. I'm going with 26, maybe 27. So we're not going to see a dramatic fall off in temperature and it all change quickly. It's going to be a very slow fade into seeing some of this sleet change over into some flurries. I think you'll start seeing a few flurries mix in overnight and into tomorrow morning. So I mentioned accumulation. I want to bring you up to speed on this once again. If you have to travel tomorrow morning, okay, or even really late tonight for any shift work, please try to stay on major arteries. Stay off of course, overpasses, bridges, and flyovers at all costs. But try to use 410, 1604, I-10, it's all 281, 35, 37, all the roads that most of the traffic is traveling on, those are going to be the warmest and least likely to see any icing, okay? We could see some icing on flyovers, bridges, and overpasses. They're surrounded by air. Air is always colder than the ground, okay? Then, as we get into the snow accumulation forecast, this has really changed since this evening. When we were talking 6, 7 p.m., we were at 1 inch in San Antonio. Now the models are backing off by ½ an inch. So we're down to 0.53 in the city, 1.5 Seguin, New Braunfels, San Marcos, give or take, and then it jumps once you get over to Columbus, LaGrange, and go out towards Houston, okay? Sleet on Randolph. Thank you, Chose. I really appreciate these reports, guys. And again, keep in mind that we would love to get some of these pictures and video to Ken's. You can upload on the KENS 5 app. Download the KENS 5 app on your phone, on your tablet. You can go right to there and upload these pictures and videos. Just make sure you're safe in recording or taking any of those shots. We got some flurries in New Braunfels. Thank you, Tara. Yeah, get some video. And you can always email me, btaylor@kens5.com. If you want to send me the picture or the video, btaylor@kens5.com. And then, Greg, if you don't mind, Greg, can you put that phone number up of where people can text some of the photos and some of the video? This is another route. We've got several different vehicles to get us this video and the pictures. But again, I implore you, be safe. Don't go crazy trying to get this stuff. Oh, good deal. Thank you, Tony. Uploading some video right now. Any precipitation tomorrow night? No, Melinda, we're done. Once we get to tomorrow night, heading into Wednesday morning, the air gets the coldest, but the precip is out. This is a real shallow layer of moisture that's going to pretty much impact more of Houston, Louisiana, Mississippi than South Central Texas.
Little drops of frozen rain falling out in the parking lot right now.
Thank you, Jack. Jack Acosta, our Executive News Director. We've got some sleet falling in San Antonio right here at KENS 5. We're in the medical center, a little bit mixing in. We were getting some mist earlier, a little bit of drizzle, but now we're starting to see some of it change over as, again, temperatures are getting colder. And the other important thing, the moisture content of the atmosphere is up. So a lot of it's now starting to reach the surface where it was just elevated before and it would hit that dry pocket and evaporate. Well, now it's starting to come down. Joseph coming down now in San Antonio. Whereabouts are you, Joseph? Appreciate all of the help, guys. We're going to have our KENS 5 weather truck live at 10 o'clock. So what I love is that you guys are giving us some great spots in order to find the best spot for our KENS 5 weather truck. Video sent to KENS 5 app. Oh, perfect. On the lower third, right there. Right there. Where am I? See it? 366-0020. Okay? 210-366-0020. If you want to just text the photo, text the video. Boy, that would be great. Thank you so much. We really appreciate it. Is it snowing in Divine? I'm not sure, Candy. I'm going to say no. I'm going to say maybe a little bit of light sleet mixed in with light drizzle if any precipitation is falling in Divine at this moment. I don't think temperatures are cold enough for snow, but that is going to change as overnight. It's only going to take a few more degrees of a drop, and we're going to start seeing some of this change over. What's happening?
There we go.
What happened? Oh, nice.
We just
Added trans guide.
added a little trans guide in there.
Ken's 5 Digital News Chief, Greg Matthews. Is that your title? I think that's it.
That's not even,
It's not even close, he said. How about awesome dude in the newsroom, Greg Matthews, throwing in the trans guide image just to give us an idea on road condition. I got to compliment TxDOT. Every road I was on the way in was brined. I hope it was the same on your path here. Medical Center, a lot of bridges and overpasses I passed on were brined. Okay, and that's some kind of chemical. I don't know the science of this, but I do know that if that stuff's on the roads, a lot less likely to see ice, and especially black ice. That's a big issue for us here, because you just, what black ice is when it's obviously ice is clear, and you don't see it because you still think that's asphalt because it's clear and it's a patch of it. It's only a small patch, but that's all it takes for you to hit that at 50, 60 miles per hour, and you'll lose control in a heartbeat. All right, another local storm report. We're getting snow at Lakeway. That's up in Travis County. Travis County, Wilson County. I mentioned the sleet in Lavernia already. Okay. Will we get enough snow or to at least see in San Antonio? Absolutely. Daughter's been waiting all day. Hi, Renee. So I know, right? I mean, all the kids are like anxious to see some snow. The best chance is going to be overnight and into tomorrow morning. It might be one of those things you got to set the alarm for about 3 or 4 in the morning or 2 a.m. and go check. Okay, that's really going to be my best advice if you really want to see it, because that looks like the timing as far as getting the temperature cold enough, getting the dew point high enough, and getting the moisture. And again, we're on the western edge, so unless you're, the sure thing's going to be East Bexar County, Southeast Bexar County to about the 281 corridor. Once we're going west of 281 into West Bexar County, Northwest, Hill Country, chances really fall off fast. We're not going to see a whole lot of moisture in that spot. And so as this moisture falls, it's mainly materializing East Bexar County, I-10 corridor to the east. Have not seen any snow. Yeah, Highway 90, right, Juan? So you're saying far west San Antonio? I'm assuming west? Hey, Tamina, drinking hot chocolate? I'm not. Tonight I said, let me have the coffee. I was up early this morning. I needed a good cup of coffee for the 10 o'clock. Do you think Wednesday it will snow? No. Stephanie, moisture's out, coldest air's in. So we're going with a low of about 19 or 20 Wednesday morning. But skies will be clear. That's one of the reasons why we'll get so cold. And then by the afternoon, as I'll show you in the 14-day, in fact, I'm going to be wrapping things up here shortly because we've got to get ready for Ken's 5 News at 10. Should we see snow in Seguin? Daniel, you got a much better chance in Seguin than we do in San Antonio. I'll tell you that much right now. Over 1.5 inches, as you see in this snow forecast for Seguin. One last look at future radar. This is going to be the forecast of the snow. See what I mean by overnight? This is what I'm saying, 2 to 3 a.m. Look how widespread. And you see where the temperature is going? Once we go to upper 20s, dew point comes up to lower to mid 20s. Now we're talking. Now we've got a column that's moist enough that this falls from cloud to ground, and then we're still looking at an ample amount of moisture to work with. Because remember, we've got this cold, dense, heavy air at the surface, and this is an area of low pressure in the Gulf that's sending in the moisture, warm, wet, over top. Warm air always wants to rise over the top of cold, and so we get that overrunning setup for the precipitation. And like I said, in the overnight hours, we're finally getting that column moist enough to support the moisture all the way down. Mireya, sleep by Highway 90 and 151 by Kelly. Okay, thank you so much. See, these are all coming in south. And so, hey, Danny, a lot of the reports from our good friends here on Facebook are saying south. So like South Central and Southeast Bexar County on getting a good amount of sleet that's falling and some freezing rain. Thank you, brother. Just kind of navigating our Ken's 5 live weather truck for 10 p.m. Granddaughter wants to build an Olaf. I don't know if we're going to get that much, Lupe. I wish we could. Not this go around. Expecting snow. See, Castroville, Jesse. Yeah, just the opposite of Seguin. When you go west of the city, I just don't see a whole lot materializing down Highway 90. I think the cutoff for the last bit of a chance would be Castroville, maybe Hondo. But Castroville, it might be Castroville. It might even be West Barrett County. But even overnight, it does appear that we get, some out in that direction. It's not a complete, let me say this. There's not a 0% chance unless you're out like, look, if you're Del Rio, Rock Springs, Lakey, I'd even say Mountain Home or Kerrville, there's almost 0% chance maybe. But once you get into the city and metro, everybody's got a shot. Jessica, should we see snow by Wurzbach Parkway, West Avenue? Flurries. I do think overnight. Northeast as well, absolutely. Harvey or Josie. I don't know which one you go by. How's the weather in Hinesville, Georgia? Junie, that's a little out of my jurisdiction. I have no idea. Sleet in Live Oak right now. Okay, so see, yeah, Danny, definitely 281 is the cutoff. Stay east of 281.
Bill, I'm going to put up live shot from Irissa in central.
Oh, nice. In place of TransGuide, we're going to take a live shot now and put this box up. This is, where is she right now? This is Irissa in our live, Ken's 5 live weather truck.
Right, she's on 281.
This is 281 southbound. Let's see these signs right here. We got Jones Maltzberger and 410 coming up. So she's inside, she's in between the loops, heading towards 410. This is going to be just north of the airport, and she's heading towards the airport. And so, yeah, you might even start seeing in this video, you might start seeing some hit her windshield. I just saw a little bit. Yeah, there go the wipers. Yeah, she's getting a little bit right there. And see how slow she's going? I'm telling you, you never go this slow on 281. By the way, I got a good buddy who's an engineer with TxDOT. You ready for this little bit of trivia? Greg, I'll ask you, how many feet do you think those white dashes are that they paint on the lanes? The white dash in feet, how many feet would you say that is?
Between the front of one and the front of another?
One white dash.
20 feet.
How many feet? How many?
20.
20? I've never had that big a, no, not that long.
Not that long.
Because usually everybody says about 2 to 3 feet. And when you're driving like this and you look, and this is a great trick to play on people in the car, because when you're driving, they look like they're 2 to 3 feet. They're actually 10 feet long. And people are like, wait, that's brine. That should be brine. I see something on that surface. Because she's coming up, this is the 410 interchange at 281, and she's going up on a flyover. Yeah, this is one of the flyovers. So that must be it. That's really well brined. But see, going nice and slow, no icing so far on this overpass. This is good stuff. This is important. Excellent, excellent. All right, keep her safe, Lord. Keep her safe. Irissa, take your time. All right, so back to, I'll get the 14-day forecast up, guys, and then I'm going to go over to Ken's 5 News, get in the studio and get ready. Like I showed you, real quick, let me wrap that up since I was showing you the moisture on future radar. Overnight, look at that thick pocket. It looks like really between 2 and 4 a.m. is going to be our window of snowfall. And then it all exits east, and by 7 a.m. it's gone. So that's why really, for those kids who, they're off from school so they can sleep in a little bit tomorrow, get them up between 2 and 4 a.m. to see some snow, okay? That's going to be our best bet on timing right now. 14-day forecast, 5 a.m. need to drive from Helotes to the Pearl. What's the ice expectation? Okay, Paul, great question. Be very careful. I definitely want you to stay on major arteries. Those are going to be the last to freeze. Stay off the flyovers, and if you have to take surface roads the whole way and it takes longer, do it, okay? But just try to take the road most traveled, not the road least traveled, as it's been said, okay? But you should be okay. I mean, ice expectation very low in the city as far as accumulation. Looks like there could be some snow on the ground, but you should get good traction with snow and not have a worry. Just go, just take your time. Good thing I took the week off. Nice, Antonio. Very good week to take off. I got a buddy who's on a cruise and sent me a picture today from Cozumel. I don't think we're buddies anymore. I'm just like, man, talk about a great week to go on a cruise with your wife. Is it going to snow tonight? I think it is, Tamina. I really do. All right, guys, it's going to wrap it up for me. We're going to keep you updated right here on the Ken's 5 platforms. And, of course, full team coverage coming your way. Ken's 5 News at 10. I love you guys. God bless you. Stay safe out there.